Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody had a wonderful day yesterday, and I hope everybody's having a wonderful day today. So, I took a little bit of a break from Space Engineers yesterday. Again, that happens sometimes. I just kind of find myself in that moment where I'm like, I don't really want to do this. So let's do something else that's more interesting at the time. Also, good morning, Hollows. How you doing? All right. But we did at least get a little bit of work done on this yesterday. And so today, I didn't know there was a day for that, but happy Singles Awareness Day to you as well. I usually don't think too much about it. But so yesterday we did a little bit of work on this. Not too much, but a little bit. And started kind of getting a little bit more of this figured out. Did some... Oh, I need iron. That's why. Okay. Get that in just a second. But today, what I want to do is I want to see about getting this mobile and ready to move. That's going to be kind of on our agenda for today. So I'm thinking more likely than not, I will go ahead and probably put some... what am I thinking? Put some ion thrusters on here, just so that way I can get it to be mobile without having to invest a whole lot into getting hydrogen tanks on here that are going to have enough thrust power. And really, I don't need so much the thruster speed, as I just need it to be a little bit mobile, and that's it. There we go. Yeah. So, what I want to do is actually grab Nugget and let's do some iron mining. We'll grab some of that sweet iron ore. Literally, it is the lifeblood of our build here. But other than that, today should be a pretty normal day. I don't foresee jumping over to any other games. But I do have a bit of good news overall. Hopefully within the next couple of weeks, we will be getting our much vaunted upgrade to our graphics. I don't have an exact timetable yet. It's still kind of like we're figuring out the logistics of it. I know, it seems silly. Just order the thing, but there are certain payment issues to consider. Other than that, though, we are kind of like as in I'm definitely headed in the direction of being able to finally get an upgrade that I desperately need, which will go a long way towards not only making future games run better, but also our current games run much better as well, as there are a couple of settings on here that I could enable that would actually make this look a bit better, as there are some graphic options that are available that I'm not currently running, like the high detailed blocks. So that'll be kind of fun, and especially with some of these larger builds. Other than that, I'm actually noticing that there's also a pickup in traffic on the YouTube channel, which is pretty cool. Glad to see that that is getting some traction. And it comes and goes. Like sometimes I'll actually have some pretty good traffic, which was weird. Okay, so, and I noticed this when I'm streaming Space Engineers on Twitch. Oh, thanks for letting me know, NVIDIA. It's trying to tell me things. But when I stream Space Engineers on Twitch, I actually get pretty good traffic turnout. But my Space Engineer VODs don't really get a whole lot of views and a whole lot of watch time on YouTube. When I was streaming Factorio on Twitch, I wasn't getting very many views. Like, not many people were watching it. But the VODs on YouTube were actually getting a ton of views. Like, huge numbers of views compared to what I normally get. So it's a weird sort of thing. And it's like, you know, I could do that split, but it would feel weird. The other thing was, I believe it was Edgar was asking about Project Zomboid videos on YouTube, and I've been giving that a little bit more thought, as it doesn't sound like a terrible idea. I'm just not very good at the game because I'm still a huge newbie. But I might see about how I would do that, and then, of course, have to go in and properly edit them and whatnot. Which, editing is still kind of my weak point, as I obviously don't do it every day. So that'll be a fun side project. One of the other things is that I've also wanted to do kind of like a proper playthrough series on Space Engineers for YouTube. But my predilections for getting addicted to games sometimes gets in the way. So we'll just have to see how that goes. Other than that, it's basically just keep on keeping on. All right, that should be good. A couple of decent loads of iron going through the system. And that should at least help us get to the next phase of this. Now, one of the things that I'm also, I was giving this some thought as I was talking about needing hydrogen tanks on this, is with a couple of the arms that I want to attach, setting it up so that, ooh, that was almost not a positive encounter. But what I might do for one or two of the arms is set them up so that they do have large hydrogen tanks on them, but keep them exposed externally. Now, obviously, that creates a large explosion risk, but if I keep them out away from the station core and put lots of defenses around them as far as turrets and whatnot, and then maybe set up some decoys elsewhere on the station, that might help keep automated or keep the attackers from damaging them too much. So just some thoughts that I'm trying to put together to try and come up with cool looking, interesting projects. All right, that should be good. Because one of the things that I have noticed is obviously my build style is a little rigid sometimes. It doesn't deviate too much from a specific type of building. And so I'm trying to move away from that and look at other methods. There we go. And let's get some more of those going. How about iron ingots? Just ingot. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, there we go. About the refineries. Oh, wow. The refineries have already gone through all of that iron? Holy crap. Wait, how did they go through all of that iron already? Iron ore. Wow. All right. They have indeed been through all of it. That is a beautiful thing to see. All right, so let's finish getting this welded up while I continue yapping. And I'm mostly just want to make sure that I have this outer structure finished, and then we'll come up with sort of a command center for this, as well as figuring out where the thrusters are going to wind up. One of the things that I'm looking at doing with the sort of pegs that I have here is allowing them to have armor that comes out at an angle and kind of wraps around, so that it has more interesting variation to the overall design and shape of the armor, which could also benefit by being heavy armor compared to light armor, so that it helps reduce the amount of mass in general, but increases the protective capabilities of those sections. And so by not making the entire thing heavy armor, I reduce the mass. By putting some exterior plates around the outside, I provide some additional cover. Of course, depending on firing angles and whatnot, that's, subject to change. But that aside, that's kind of what we're looking at for design ideas. One of the other things that I want to do at some point, and I might, actually, I should probably go look this up. What is space dedicated server? Let's see. Nitrado? Oh, for Xbox. Okay. For GTX gaming. Okay. Now, of course, it's in pounds. Although, honestly, that's not too bad. Go away. So for nine pounds, which I don't know what that's going to be in USD. There we go. Okay. So about $12 a month is 10 player slots, 8 gig of RAM, which is, okay, whatever. Normal CPU priority, and 100 gigabytes of NVMe storage. It's not bad. I'll have to see, because when you start adding in mods and whatnot, that storage capacity gets eaten up real quick. Although most of my saves really aren't over like gigabytes worth of data. It's really just the mods. And if I'm running a server, I probably want to keep the mods kind of minimal. I might have to look into that, because I know a lot of people have been asking, like, am I playing on a server? And I know I've been talking about that idea of running a server where it's kind of like, it's almost like a farming simulator type of version of Space Engineers, is what I'm thinking about, where the different people have specific tasks that we're trying to achieve, that sort of a thing, which could be kind of fun. Might have to look into that, because I think doing a multiplayer series would actually be really interesting. I know a lot of people have been wanting to watch that. I know people keep asking, are you playing on a server? No, not at the moment. But I know also people are like, oh my God, he's still playing with himself. Wait, Maybe not that one, but have some options here. And I have given some thought to maybe trying to play on one of the official servers, one of the Keen official servers, or maybe trying to set up something with somebody who has a dedicated server already and is just looking for people to play on it. You know, I'm open to ideas to expand the repertoire of what's going on and increase the enjoyment of my viewers, such as they are. There we go. And we'll get this finished up. No. Fortunately. Right. It depends on the server and how it's set up. Because some of the mods for Space Engineers do require files get downloaded to the server. And some, it's also about the save data. How much data gets saved and where. Now, the difference between Ark and Space Engineers, if I remember correctly, is that Ark does not have deformable terrain. You can build stuff on it, sure, but the terrain itself doesn't get deformed. Whereas in Space Engineers, it does. And so what winds up happening is that a lot of the but a lot of the actual file size winds up being devoted to the deformed terrain. Like anytime that I'm looking at some of my larger game files or ones that I've been playing for a long time, they are massive in scale for save files, at least. And there we go. And awesome. So now I just have to weld up the bottom and then kind of figure out how I'm going to, and actually I'm probably going to put some thrusters down along the bottom. Let's get this welded up and then we can go inside and weld up the interior walls. And yeah, like now that's also going to be something that's interesting, is when Space Engineers 2 finally comes out, what its save file structure is going to be like. And ooh, let's not go zooming up and smashing myself into things. It'll be interesting to see what the save file size is like on that. As I would eventually, you know, once it becomes more in a playable state, I would actually like to move over to that. So I have to start figuring out file logistics, because right now I have like 6-7 different drives or something like that, and they're all kind of spread out. I have files across multiple drives, and so really like to unify that at some point in time. That's like the next upgrade after video card is a new C drive with more space so that I can move everything back onto it, get everything unified back into the same directories where they need to be, and just clean up a whole lot of stuff. What I'd really love to be able to do is get like a 14 terabyte external drive system of some sort. Copy everything over to it as a big ass backup, and then reformat and rebuild my whole machine. It's a little bit like, not only would that be able to hold all of my computer currently, but that would also give me a lot of extra storage space for just everything else. So it would just be a good backup solution. But the biggest thing that I'd like to do is get everything cleaned up off of my machine and then just kind of rebuild from there. Reformat, reinstall, get all my drives sorted out, then spend the next like 6 weeks reinstalling all my games, you know, that sort of thing. That would be ideal solution. No. What I would do, well, you kind of can. It's not recommended primarily because of transfer speeds over USB. They're not as bad as they used to be, but for newer games, you're going to want it on an internal drive. But as far as the external drive goes, it would just be a backup for a lot of my files, like my videos, my images, just all of that miscellaneous stuff that I have from years and years and years of using my computer. But yeah, that's primarily what it would be for, is just backing up those old files. Yes, so many years. And then from there, I would wipe everything out, basically reformat all of my drives, rebuild my entire operating system from the ground up so that I could actually select the drives that I would want for specific purposes. Because currently I have one of my 2 M.2 slots on my main board taken up. So I have room for another one. The one that I'm currently using is what I'm using primarily for my video games, since it's 1 terabyte. So I would love to get another one that's either 1 or 3 terabytes as a main drive to replace the 120 gigabyte drive that I have as my C drive. That is also kind of on the old side. Yeah, something like that. You know what? On second thought, I know. Although I would have room for a little while. There we go. Grab some more. And so much welding. So much welding. There we go. And let's get over here. But I am hopeful that this is the year that things kind of pick up a little bit more. Just got to put more work into it. That's really what it is. And especially with Space Engineers 2 coming out, having come out this year and also being worked on, I'm hopeful that for a change, I can actually kind of, I guess the best way to put it is to familiarize myself with something enough that I can become not quite an authority on it, but at least have a little bit better of an understanding of how it all works and be a larger contributor to the community. I think is kind of the direction I want to go in with that. And not just kind of off on the side like, haha, look at that one. But that's also more of a me thing as well. I actually have to put in the effort. All right, there we go. And then what about, okay, up here. Then I want to do I want to do these instead? I think I want to do these instead. At least for up here. Oh, that's right. And what's going to be interesting is how this is all attached. I might just leave this like, oh no, we should be all right. Oh no, it's this one up here, but I think I'll leave that one as is. And then I can go ahead and put these here, and then I'll just do the same on the other side. Okay, yeah. That figures that out. And we get rid of these. It's like having fizzy lifting drinks. Whoops. And then you. Almost done with this one. Awesome. Perfect. Okay, so that takes care of most of that. I need steel plates. All right, now for filling in these holes here, well, no. I do want to put these in place in the recesses. And then in the recesses themselves, let's do let's try blaster blocks. Oof, those are going to be expensive. but it does look more interesting. And it'll give a lot more armor. Not sold on it. So we'll come back to it. But that is a potential thing to put there. Your interior walls. What else we got? Let's see how that's going to look. Now, granted, some of this may wind up getting covered up when I go to attach the arms. What if I take this one and we just rotate it? There we go. That gives it a little extra punch, a little bit something different. Okay. You there and there. And then we do that one like that. These in place. That is getting real close. There we go. Yeah, I like that. That actually looks really good. It makes it look like it's not just a solid structure per se, but there is stuff that is supposed to be happening with it. And then I can do that around all four, or the other three sides. And then for these, I'm not sure what I'm going to do here. I'm probably going to go ahead and do the blast door blocks here, just because they are going to go ahead and add some additional armoring in what would essentially be a relatively crucial area. So let's grab some more interior blocks. And get these sides done here. That will look good. Oh no, low on power. Story of my life. Okay. And good to go. Back to work. So on these, I can actually probably do something a little bit different as well. I don't necessarily have to do the same thing. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. All right. Actually, this one, I think I can rotate like that. Let's get these welded up. Yeah. And this is what I was talking about when I meant trying to build outside of my comfort zone, trying to build in different styles and different ways and use blocks more than I usually do. And in ways different than I usually do. There we go. As again, I do generally tend to build the same way all the time. So it's helpful to try and push myself. That being said, what else we got here? Got those. Looking for DLC blocks. What do I have under decorative? Okay. Because one of the things that I'm also concerned about is when I go to attach the arms to the exterior of this, I want to make sure that I'm not impeding any of those potential arms. Then again, I could also just move the location of those connections to be in a different spot. I may wind up doing that later on. So for now, let's just finish getting the blocks in place, and then we will go from there. And awesome. Okay. Spin to win. And let's, do I have anything? Okay. Nothing in my build queue. Let's finish this up. Oh, I need some. Okay. Looks like I need some more iron again. Hey, what's up, Alfarius? All right, let's grab some more iron. Fair enough. Relaxing is always a good thing. Nothing like having a good chill session. Relax and veg out. That sort of thing. So far, so good. Getting most of the station core taken care of. So that way I can get thrusters put on it, find a place for the jump drives, and then we can see about getting it out to a proper location. I also need to consider where I want to put turrets on it for the purposes of the initial defense. Other than that, though, going pretty good. I'm hopeful by the end of today that it should be ready for its voyage out to its new location, where I will be able to attach both the Nugget and the carrier to it. And that'll become our new sort of main point. Oh, whoops. There we go. Empty everything out. Ah, God, my hands are dry today. And get off there. Oh man, I've had this bottle of lotion for 10 years now, I think. No, maybe a little bit longer than that, or shorter than that. All right. Oh, awesome. Oh, oh, and sorry, having to talk to my brother real quick. That is a really good question as far as trying to figure out what you want to go along with something. And there are a lot of different types of fighter craft. And I think that's most people don't realize that because you have light fighters, you have heavy fighters. You typically don't have a medium fighter though. But you can also have like interceptors, which are incredibly fast and hit really hard, but may not be as well armored. You have dog fighters, you have long range fighters, fighter bombers, as you mentioned. So there's lots of different types of fighters. And then, of course, you also have to figure out, well, what do I want it to look like? So that is a really solid question to ask when you're trying to come up with, a particular design or idea. So that's why it's one of those. It's like, what role do I want this to fill in my gameplay? And if I can't figure out a gameplay role that I want it to fulfill, then how could this potentially tie into the lore of my build if you are going for that sort of thing? That's not a bad idea. It's amazing how often that actually winds up happening in sci-fi is utilizing World War II and Vietnam era planes as sort of um, inspiration for a more sci-fi variant of those things. There we go. That should be good. Let's head on back. I think before I finish off, or before I have the station core leave, what I'll do is go ahead. Yes. Well, and that was also as we were progressing through Vietnam era and into the 70s and 80s, we were looking less and less at dogfighting being where we would be at because speeds were just getting to a point where dogfighting wasn't as necessary. And with the invention of the A-10 Warthog and other such planes that were close air support for ground troops, what you really needed were air-to-air combat vehicles that could attack from a distance and not engage at closer ranges. But that's also one of those weird things that you look at it, and Star Citizen was supposed to be a good example of this, where what Chris Roberts really wanted was World War II in space. That's really what he was going for. And when you look at a lot of other sci-fi, that's the same thing. They go for that close in air to air or space to space, if you will, sort of dogfighting that doesn't make much sense. Yep. So it's one of those that it is interesting to look at the history and the philosophy of planes, and specifically of fighter planes, because that was really the point where you're looking at the changes that are being made based off of not only the ethos of the time, but also because of the fact that the science of flight was rapidly evolving. Like, considering that in the 50s, they were coming up with the idea, I believe it was in the 50s, they were coming up with the idea of the SR 71 Blackbird, which even today is still probably one of the most beautiful planes ever made, if not the most beautiful plane ever made. There's just something absolutely stunning and gorgeous about it. Oh, awesome. Well, technically, happy birthday, Battleship Bismarck. All right, let's put these in here. Grab more of our... and get this welded up. Rock on. Oh, yeah. Now I understand the Singles Awareness Day. I forgot it was the 14th, aka Valentine's Day. God. See, this is why I haven't been in a relationship for so long. I forget these things. All right, and but yes, it is, because I wasn't thinking about the actual date. So I know, right? But honestly, you get to be single for so long, you stop thinking about not being single. Like it's not something that really is there at the forefront of your thoughts, which is kind of nice. Honestly, no. I actually like Christmas to a certain point. Not necessarily all the music and whatnot, but there you go. Happy Bismarck Day. I'm actually all on board with this idea. Who cares about this Valentine person? And get these done. Almost. I'm going to need more. And there you go. And then finally we do this side. And of course, I run out of steel plates. I am on board with this. Maybe that's what I... yeah, here we go. Well, we will rename the stream to Happy Battleship Bismarck Day. There we go. That ought to confuse the hell out of a lot of people. They're going to look at this and be like, the hell is going on? What are you talking about? And then, of course, for anybody who's watching on the YouTube VODs, when I do post this to YouTube, Happy Battleship Bismarck birthday. If you don't have anybody to celebrate Valentine's Day with, you can at least take comfort in the fact that there was a really awesome battleship. Best stream ever. All right, there goes the exterior mostly done up. We now have... Oops. I missed some. Got all distracted and shit. And you know, there is something to be said for the engineering marvels that came out of, I would say, the late 1800s and the 1900s. Because of the fact that they really were modern marvels of their time. I did not know that. Gotcha. I think that most people are like that. In which case, the anniversary of the Titanic sinking really should be Happy Iceberg Awareness Day. And that's a good way to do it too. You know, find little places where you can celebrate something important to you. Whatever it might be. It's a good way of also maintaining the history that has taken place so that you don't forget it. Because that can sometimes be really easy to do, is to forget that historical events took place. People were involved in those things, in the situations. There you go. Iceberg Awareness Days. True. Very, very true. Those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. And that's the last thing you want to do, and especially when it's a tragic event. Okay, that's also fair. That does happen as well. Good news! You know that thing that we promised to never forget? Well, we didn't forget. Bad news! We still did it anyway. Okay. Awesome. So now to put Shazbot, thrusters. Yeah, that's true. Let's do Jesus. I don't know. I don't think I would be able to fit. Well, I would, but I don't think. I don't know. You don't. Jesus might be a really fun guy in bed. We don't know. We weren't there. Also, I know I'm totally maybe going to hell. What? Okay, I'm sorry, but Russia is just dumb. I love you, Russians. If you're listening, I love you. You guys are awesome in a fight. But man, do you guys make some dumb decisions sometimes. Let's be realistic. Damaging Chernobyl is just the dumbest idea anybody can come up with. Because that doesn't just affect Ukraine. That affects everybody in that area. Like that, there's a reason why people work so hard, not only to cover that up, but then to also try and mitigate the damage as much as possible. And it wasn't just because they enjoyed doing it, because they definitely didn't. I know, right? The Russian people are just batshit insane. And and I mean that with respect. You guys are crazy. But at the end of the day, crazy only gets you so far. Then again, in most cases, like you can even look at the US. People from, Americans aren't all bad. In fact, a lot of Americans are pretty cool people. But our government, on the other hand, doesn't matter who's in charge. The government is just why? You really have to question those people. Because nobody else is. Like, they should be questioning themselves, and they don't. All right. So, this is where things are going to get interesting. 950 times 4, that's 3,006, 3,007, 3,800, I think. I need about 4,000 thruster components. I've got the iron for it. I've got the cobalt. I should have the platinum. And I should have the gold. Okay. Like, I guess some people didn't watch the Chernobyl miniseries to really appreciate just how shitty that situation was. But hey, whatever. I guess it's Putin's way of starting a nuclear war without starting a nuclear war. Oh, well, that's awesome. They're finally catching up. Because I was watching The Fat Electrician, and he was talking about Operation Mantis, I think it was, Praying Mantis, where in a single day, we basically crippled, we as in the U.S., basically crippled Iran's Navy just because they touched one of our boats. They're like, no, sir, you don't get to do that. So we will now put a hurt on you. And yeah, good luck with that. Which was actually a fun episode to watch anyway. He has a really interesting way of, I'm going to touch, but he has a really good way of presenting the information, both historical and also anecdotal. So if you're looking for yes, there you go. Perfect way to summarize that. Okay, let's get back to welding this up. And then hopefully we can get the thrusters done. I will cap this all off. Awesome. You know, when you put it like that, it doesn't sound so right. It's like they what? Uh-huh. Likely story. Being aware of your own actions and words. Oops. Okay. And actually, give me just a second. I got to take a quick AFK, and I will be right back. Uh-oh. Maybe they're done. All right, but give me a second. I'll be right back. Okay, there we go. And what is... Oh, Cozy. That's messed up. All right, so there we go. I just had to relay some information, but awesome. Okay, I was also grabbing some hair elastics from my sister. Her hair is not nearly as long as mine, but she does also have longish hair, which is helpful when I need some hair elastics. All right. Yeah. How is the whole medicine thing going there? Oh, yeah. She not killed you yet, apparently, which is good. Sweet. We're almost done. Hopefully, we're almost done. And get this welded up. Ooh, I could put I think that's true for most cats. Man, one of my cats, one that I used to have years ago, was like that. He was also a great stoner buddy, too. Yeah, cats are surprisingly intelligent when they understand that torture is coming their way. All of a sudden, they're very, very adept at going, oh crap, this is going to suck. They are very slow to catch on to other things sometimes. All right, let's see about getting... Oh God, this is going to take forever. Actually, that's not too bad. And hopefully these 4 thrusters are, well, plus attitude, or not. Was the attitude thrusters? Yes. Yep. Yeah, Timmy, which was my old cat before we got these ones. We had him for, I think he was like 19. He finally sauntered outside one day and then just didn't come back. But he used to, as soon as he would hear us empty out the one hitter the first time, he would just materialize. He would just show up. And so he'd sit down in somebody's lap and get comfortable. We'd blow a couple of puffs in his face, and he was happy. That was him. He was like, "All right, I'm good." And especially as he got older, I imagine it helped with his various aches and pains as an old man. Um, that's actually a frightening amount of intelligence. Good, but frightening. Because once they start learning how to open doors, there's no telling what they can open. All right, you know what? Hold on. Because I hear them meowing outside my door. So, since we're talking about them, man, okay, speaking of smart cats, Smudge is an absolute retard. So she's at my door. She's got her face right up against the crack in the door where I need to open it up. And I unlock it and I start pushing it open. But she's pushed her face right up against it. And so she's in the way and she starts meowing at me as I'm trying to open the door. That's like, you idiot. Also, hey, clone, how you doing? Yeah, you are just, come on, get over here. No, she's called Smudge because she used to have this gray streak on her forehead. All white other than that little streak, so I called her Smudge. Yeah. Isn't that right, Smudgers? You are kind of chilly right now. Yeah. Hold her like Simba to the camera. Let's see if I can. There we go. uh, but she doesn't have that streak anymore. And funnily enough, it actually wound up leaving her after we had to put her sister down. Because we had 5 cats. We got them when they were kittens. And one of them, we had 2 white ones, her and then Snowball. And unfortunately, Snowball liked eating string, and it didn't agree with her intestinal tract. So we wound up having to, unfortunately, put her down. But that was a lot of years ago, so. There we go. Me too, the cat. Why do I not have more of those? What are you missing? Am I missing iron? I am not missing iron. I'm not missing cobalt. I still have platinum, but it looks like I'm out of gold. Okay. In this particular case, it's not. It's gold that I'm missing. Yeah, of course. It's the other one. Okay, let's GPS. And I need gold. Do I have any other gold rocks? Looks like that's the only one. Okay. Good names for cats. And now she's wandering off. I know, right? And then she's kind of coming back. Make up your mind, cat. What are you doing? Oops. There we are. Yeah, no, I don't refine every single stone I come across. I do have stone ejectors on the Nugget, but it is small, so it makes sense that I would. The only thing that I seem to be running out of lately has been just iron, but it's because I am going through a lot of it. Come here, girl. And then here goes Nibbler, which is hard to see because she's calico. Well, and also I've got her wrapped up at the moment. Aw. That's always sad when they do pass away. Iron, nickel, silicon. What's going on right there? Stop moving for a second. Okay. Thirth. Well, and that's part of it. Whenever cats are getting close to their time, and they generally kind of know it, they will become a lot more affectionate and will typically stick near somebody that they trust. That's possible. Yeah, there you go. Okay, I need. Actually, I need to take a trip out to the asteroid. Black hole. Yeah. Now that one is always a little brutal. Okay, asteroid is that way. Mag and ice is that way. You are up there, so I've got to wait for that one to go away. Let's see if I can sneak out here. Ice is usually good stuff to have. Fortunately, in this case, because I am running a hybrid system, I'm not too worried about running out of hydrogen. It really is. That's one of those things that aw. Um, but yeah, the loss of pets. And honestly, I get more emotionally connected. Yeah, I'm moving. I get more emotionally connected or distraught over the loss of pets and or animals than I do over humans. I was more emotionally impacted by the loss of one of my dogs than I was the passing of my dad. And which that sounds terrible, but at the same time, it was one of those that it just kind of was, if that makes sense. Actually, I found it. Well, I made the base over there just because I like the look of that asteroid. Because the asteroid has ice and iron, and I figured that was a really good location. Plus the interior. The fact that the asteroid was here was just a bonus. So it was one of those that it was just a proper alignment of things. We are now out of hydrogen. Oh no. Because they just don't in Space Engineers. So, okay, to break this down, there are the blocks that we use, and then there are planets and asteroids, which are a type of object called a voxel. The voxel is just specific data points as to the location of where things are at that can be deformed. Whereas the blocks have physics that can be applied to them. Without going too deep into the weeds, the reality is just they don't. They don't move because it would require a lot of effort to do that. And honestly, Black Star, that is a good point. If you're in a situation where you are doing farming, whoops, it makes a lot of sense as to why you wouldn't have that same connection like a lot of other regular people do who don't live on farms. I know that there is a real solar system mod, but I don't know about anything else beyond that. Okay, fine, get up, goober. Like, it would be cool if they did, but part of the problem is that's true. Part of the problem with the current setup for the planets is the speed limits. Yes, so true, Alfarius. So true. Oh God, yes. But then again, that would also be kind of fun, and it would, like, if there were smaller asteroids that were floating around instead of like big massive ones. I wouldn't mind the big massive ones just, remaining where they are at stationary, but smaller ones that are floating around would actually be kind of cool because of the fact that you would then need defenses to shoot them down, which would actually be kind of cool. That's true. Well, she doesn't play the game, so she doesn't have to worry about suffering. That would be cool. Yeah. It almost makes me want to do some Kerbal Space Program, because that's one thing I've never actually been able to do is properly rendezvous with an asteroid. Then again, I've most of the time I don't even make it out to like Duna. So I know. That's true. God damn it, I hate Splitsy so much because he's so good at the game. Even though he's also probably the one that has taught most of us how to play it. I know, right? What's wrong with adding more thrusters? Thrusters make everything work better, right? All right, we're almost done with the ice here. I think I'll do another load or two of ice. And then we'll go pick up gold because I'm going to need some extra gold. And I should probably also get some extra platinum because of the fact that I do need to put a couple of jump drives, at least one jump drive on the station core. There you go. More, bigger, faster, better is basically how that works. Anytime that you can get it to dial up to 11. And just slowly back it up. Awesome. And that should be good. Let's go ahead and see about heading on over to get some gold. Oof. And, oh yeah. There we go. Gold and magnesium. A little bit of a trip away, but that's okay. Awesome. And away we go. By the way, if you saw the stream title and you're wondering about that, we have decided that instead of celebrating Valentine's Day, because a lot of us are single, we're actually going to go ahead and celebrate the birth, or at least the birthday of the Battleship Bismarck, which would officially be 85 years today if it was still around. Was it 84? 84, 85. It'd be an old man or old girl at this point. But yeah, so that's our celebration for today. Is the Battleship Bismarck. Since, why be reminded that we're single when we could be reminded of awesome engineering? Also, let's look up Battleship Bismarck. Bismarck. Helps if I actually spelled it correctly. Okay. I have to fix that. There's a C in there. Okay. But yeah, the built in 19 or started being built in 1936, launched in 1939. So yeah, 85 years. Now, granted, it is a German boat. However, despite the army that held it, or the navy that held it, you can look past the priorities of that particular military and appreciate what it was that they had constructed. Just like, as much as we hate to admit it, the German military during World War II had the best uniforms out of any military out there. Like, they looked sharp. Hugo Boss did a fantastic job of designing their uniforms. So there is that much, which is probably why when you look at a lot of movies, war movies, and especially if they are inspired by World War II events, the bad guys usually have absolutely amazing looking uniforms that are very reminiscent of the Nazi uniforms, because they did really have a good tailor. Terrible people, great tailor. But then again, usually when you look at most good versus evil characters or good versus evil situations, the bad guys always wind up looking so much cooler than the good guys. And I think a lot of that has to do with how we look at people that are well put together. Is that it's much easier to see a villain as being well put together and not struggling to put things together, to look good or have their life in order. Whereas we do kind of expect that the good guy is going to be just middle of the road. Like, they have some good things, but generally it's whatever they can get whatever they can scrap together. And so it's harder for us to identify with a good guy that has everything already. Wow. I use up so much hydrogen in this. You know what? Hydrogen. Carrier. Large H2 thrusters. Groups. Switch blocks on, off. Okay, there we go. I don't need the large ones for general movement. For getting up to speed and for slowing down fairly quickly, yes, I do. But for just maneuvering, the smaller ones are actually going to be better and more cost effective than using all these big ones. So let's see. I think I've already hit this up before, so it's just kind of like trying to find where I put my drill hole. I think we're over here somewhere. I really should label them. Like, here is the gold hole. So I don't have to play like Marco Polo with an asteroid looking at where I entered it. Oh well. I know, right? This should be good. Back up a little bit. Awesome. And whoops. Let go. Turn your thrusters on, moron. Wow. I do that every time, too. I'm like, hey, I'm going to start flying away. Oh, no, I'm not. And there we are. Nice and easy. Well, thank you. I'm really good at ramming small things into deep holes. It's a gift. And I think for the gold, I should probably do a couple of loads from the nugget. Now, one of the things that I want to do when I do actually get the station out to a location where I'm happy is that I want to make sure that I have a scout ship. In fact, I'll probably make a scout ship after we get into the location, specifically so that I can scout out some asteroids and figure out good locations for. Oh yeah, we've already been out here. But find out some good asteroids for stuff that I'm going to need to continue constructing the station. Yep, there's the other tunnel. See, I have been out here already. Awesome. That's all right. That just means that there is quite a lot of gold here still. And then it might not be a bad idea to actually upgrade the Nugget at some point, or just make a new one, make an upgraded version that's a little bit bigger. Something that is probably even bigger than the carrier, I would, or combination there of the carrier and the Nugget in size and scale, so that it can be a little bit more independent for longer periods of time and be able to sit there and do longer term missions to collect stuff. Not that this can't, it just wouldn't be a bad idea. See about maybe making a a large grid mining ship. I've not done one of those before. That might be kind of fun. And then just make it hydrogen based. Yeah, that would be fun. Might have to see how that would go, actually. I kind of want to do that now. All right. Let this finish up. And actually, I will be right back. Okay, there we go. All right, so let's get some more gold here. Actually, we should be, yeah, we're done. Grab some more gold. And I was just thinking, um, with, I could probably set up, let's see, because I was looking at the prices, and a server is going to cost roughly $14 to $15 for a single month for 10 slots and be, halfway decent server. I could potentially do that for like the month of March. Build a container ship. Okay. I can definitely look at doing that. That is on the list of things to do. But not currently on one. But looking at the possible idea of doing a server for the month of March. And then, it would be just a 10 slot one. So I'd probably be kind of selective on who is also on the server as well. And just kind of figuring out what sort of theme we want to go with. And seeing how that works out. It'd be very definitely an experiment. And see how that goes. Yeah. We'll have to look into that. Because part of the thing is that I don't play Space Engineers like 24/7. There's a lot of other games that I will probably play throughout the day when I'm not streaming it, kind of thing. But it might be interesting to see what happens, and especially depending on what setup we go with. I just kind of have to see how that goes. So yeah, that might be something worthwhile. I'll have to look into that. Because this year I've been wanting to do a bit more in terms of additional projects for the stream. I'm not a huge PvP person. I'm not. I know a lot of people love the idea, and that's cool. I'm just not. I don't get excited by the idea of Space Engineers PvP. Just not for me. I like seeing creative constructions and solutions to interesting problems. I like that sort of stuff. I'd like to see the fun, unique builds that people come up with to solve a problem, not just to blow each other up. Like, there's plenty of other games out there for shooting each other in the face all the time. I have played more than enough of them, and that's cool. Again, I've got no problem if other people love it. It's just not for me. So, probably not. I know, right? Generally, it just comes down to me getting blown up. Ugh. Okay. How we doing on gold? All right. Probably going to want to do one more load of gold, and then we'll go ahead and head back home. And that should be enough to at least get the rest of the thrusters done. Might not be a bad idea to jump over and grab some platinum, because that's about 30 kilometers away, and that's a short jaunt. Like, that's not that far away. But here's an idea. Okay. So, and I'll probably put this up on the Discord as well. But come up with some ideas for what you guys would like to see. I guess that's kind of a dangerous direction to go in, a dangerous question to ask, because I know what you guys are going to want to see. I've had you guys as viewers for long enough. But as far as a cooperative I have watched Captain Jack, actually. Periodically, I'll catch one of his videos. But if you guys have any ideas on a cooperative experience that you would like to see, let me know, and I'll see what I can make happen. I kind of have an idea already brewing. Because one of the things that I really enjoyed was watching Splitsy's initial survival series, his single player survival series, where he had the main base that he was eventually going to go attack, but then the smaller satellite bases that were set up around the area that he was in, and also periodically getting attacked by those. And that actually doesn't sound like too bad of an idea for a co-op series, is having to come up with, I don't know. We'll see. I've got some ideas. I might go in that direction. But I want to try and keep it moderately vanilla, at least initially. Aside from, of course, various other support mods, quality of life stuff, that sort of thing. Maybe even, here we go, maybe do a server with the jetpack mod that turns them off on planets. So that way, everything we build, it has to have some sort of scaffolding or support structure as part of it. That might not be a bad idea. And then also use the More Engineers mod so that there's the engineering classes. That actually sounds like that could be fun. Okay, yeah. Hold on. Let me write this down. Nope, not that one. That one. Space Engineers. Server ideas. Yeah. No jetpacks on planets. Not plates, planets. And use mod. Okay, not mode, mod. Okay. um, I don't know, Alcoholics Appreciation Day? It's been a long time since I've seen Madagascar. Which one was Oh, okay, yeah, gotcha. He's one of the penguins. Honestly, the penguins were the best part of that movie. Like, they could have gotten rid of everybody else and just had the penguins, and I would have been totally A-okay with that. That would have absolutely made the movie just as good. Nice. Did I go out the correct? I did not go out the correct hole. If you have to ask. And that's true. There we go. That's the correct hole. I got my holes mixed up. Happens to everybody. All right, that should be enough gold, hopefully. I have learned my lesson this time, but there's always next time. Oh, shoot. Be right back. Well, there's two holes. So, there's the old hole and there's the new hole. So I got confused, that's all. There we go. All right. And it wasn't the going in that was the problem, it was the coming back out that was confusing. It didn't reject me. I just got confused on which direction was which. Happens to the best of us. Alright, now let's see about heading back home. There's home. Awesome. Let's get up to speed. Awesome, there we go. Turn off some of our GPS coordinates here. There we go. It's never about can you, it's always about should you. At least that's the way it should be. And for some people, that is a fantastic idea. For me, that drives my ass up the wall. I'm like, oh God, I can't stand that. Spent too much time on it to blow it up. Sometimes. Like the whole pizza build that we did the other day. Now, that one was specifically designed to blow up because I really wanted to see what it would look like. It was fun. It was a good time. I could always hop into to Space Engineers 2 a little bit later and see about ramming the ship into the pizza into something else again. Because again, that was a lot of fun. And it was great to see how well the engine handled something of that magnitude. Because that ship was massive. It was ridiculously huge and surprisingly agile for something of its size. And that's fair. Like when you're actually building it specifically so that it can be scuttled and not used by your opponents or enemies, then that makes sense in the case of denying them resources. But I don't generally play multiplayer, so I don't generally have to worry about that. Yay, we're almost home. Although that sort of mentality, I've actually used that in GTA, where I will blow myself up rather than giving somebody the option to kill me. Right, we are almost home. Although honestly, if somebody's good enough at building in Space Engineers, even if you do blow up a majority of your ship, there's still going to be enough there that they could probably utilize it somehow, either as raw resources or, steal whatever parts are left of it. Okay, we should probably start slowing down here at some point. As, an idea. Okay, it looks like we're coming in at the right angle as well. There you go. And that is fair. I can understand that one as well. Well, let's just sneak in here. Alrighty. Then turn those off. As I don't need the giant thrusters. Some cats are like that. Like last night, when I had woken up, I went upstairs to grab something to drink, and my cat, Taz, was in front of the refrigerator where she likes to sleep because of the heat output vent is down there. And she was so tired that not only did she not budge when I turned on the kitchen light, but she was snoring. She was that comfortable. There we go. All right. Let's just turn off all of the thrusters here. And you know what I'm going to do here? Hydrogen tanks. Tank 1. Carrier H2 tanks. Save. Oops. Switch these to be stockpile. There you go. Cats are weird. They'll do some strange stuff like that sometimes. All right, there we go. That way I don't have the base draining carrier of hydrogen. But at the same time, carrier still gets to keep its fuel when I need it. Let's park this over here. There we go. That's true. Even when our pets are doing stupid things, we love the hell out of them. Not because we have to, but because we choose to. But also because we have to. Alrighty. Almost have all that thruster done. Awesome. There we go. And with the refineries on the core having yield and speed modules, this should actually go pretty quickly. I say naively. What am I out of now? Oh, do I need more cobalt? I probably need more cobalt. Maybe I do need more platinum. Maybe I do need more cobalt. I definitely need more iron. Just looking at that going, oh yeah, probably do need more of that. And let's grab some more of this. Well, okay, so what's funny is that's essentially what the station core is going to be used for. Is it's not a ship, it's just a thing that is going to move itself out to a location before I anchor it in place. The entire purpose of the station will be as some sort of halfway point. I've contemplated putting it into a high planet orbit so that it's just barely in the gravitational pull of a planet, so that it requires that I constantly maintain it. But I've also been contemplating putting it between two planets. So it is going to be designed to sit out in empty space. Like, that's the entire point of it. So I've already beat you to that objective. But as far as this outpost, this was meant as just our initial jumping off point, utilizing an asteroid to be mostly safe and get most of the work done leading up to that point. Oof. Get a little heavy when you get some iron in you. Okay. We'll see about doing that. Actually, what we could do is let's see. Years. All right, so what I want to look at is, Jesus Christ, do you have enough pop-ups? Where is planetary atmosphere altitude? So it looks like max gravity well altitude is 18.51 kilometers. So what I'm thinking is that I could put it at probably 18 kilometers, or like 18.4 kilometers. And hopefully it will be able to sit up there comfortably. And then I just have to make sure that it's got enough thrust capability to maintain that altitude. Although in this particular case, I'm not sure the design would work considering what I want to do. We'll have to see, because I still need to attach arms to it. And for what I want to do, that might not be... It might not be effective. Well, absolutely, because I'm going to find a way to attach Carrier and Nugget to it so that I can jump it out to the location that it needs to be in. That's why I did want to go ahead and see about getting it between two planets, is so that I could use it as a halfway point between the two. But I also kind of wanted to put it out there because then it wouldn't have a planet as like a backup point. But yeah, we'll see about a high planet orbit. Could be interesting. One of the options that I'd like to see for Space Engineers 2 for generating a save file, especially once they get planets in, is to actually have an option for how close to a planet asteroids wind up spawning, so that you could have like asteroids that are not close to planets, but they do form in a like an actual asteroid belt. Would be awesome. Especially if you could do asteroid belts around a planet like Saturn. Like, there's a lot of additional options for the generation of asteroids that I would love to see them add into Space Engineers 2 to really kind of mix up the formula and not have it just, oh, there's all these asteroids that are floating around all the time. Because realistically, that wouldn't necessarily happen in this particular case. You wouldn't just always have them floating around like that. Now, obviously, there are some concessions that have to be made because of the engine itself. But that being said, that would be awesome. Like, I know that there is a mod that does that for Space Engineers 1, but I'd like to see it as more of a vanilla thing for Space Engineers 2. Like, actually having a reason to be out in the rings of a planet would be awesome. Hey, what's up, Spectre? How you doing, buddy? Give me more. Yay! Hooray for vacations! I am indeed good. A little bit of a headache, but I think it's just the weather. With how crazy the weather has been. Like, we went from like 2 or 3 days of constant raining and storming and whatnot. And then today is turning out to be a gorgeous day. And then tomorrow we're probably going back to more storms and rain and shit. So that's one of those that is just wreaking havoc with my sinuses. But other than that, after this many years alive, I'm kind of used to the headaches. You just take the drugs and hope for the best. It really does. Okay, that should hopefully be enough. Actually, let's move. Yeah, okay. Let's move you back to the front of the base. Awesome. And that way I'll have my sort of external recharging port, if you will. I don't know. Living in Tornado Alley does kind of suck. Having lived near it enough, I didn't really care for it, honestly. And really, I kind of like the cold temperatures because it gives you a reason to bundle up and chill. Well, chill, relax, that sort of thing. So, all right, let's see if this one get finished yet. Yes, it did. Okay, cool. And did it actually get finished? Yes, it did. Okay, good, good, good. Let's grab. We need probably going to have to do a platinum run after this. Yep. It looks like, and cobalt. Gold. Because I've got plenty of gold. I've got iron. I just grabbed a whole bunch. And we're still going through the gold that I have. So platinum and probably more cobalt. So another run. Anytime that you're doing these large builds, do wind up going through your resources. Well, hey, at least we will now have plenty of hydrogen in the carrier. Then I don't necessarily need to make a asteroid run or an asteroid run. There we go. Awesome. And okay. Thrusters on. Disconnect. Let's actually turn off those for now. Just use our. Where are you? Not where I want you to be, that's for certain. Yep, flat hole 2, which is kind of in the way. So we'll give this a moment. I need to go grab some more water anyway. I've just been up and down, up and down, up and down. So I will be back in just a few. I'm going to go grab a drink and maybe something to snack on real quick. And then we'll get back to collecting resources. Yay! Hopefully it doesn't come too close while I'm away. Blow everything all to hell. So I shall be back in just a few. Alrighty. Let's switch that back. Also, what is the temperature today? Oops. It was already all tabbed out. Okay, only 43, but that's not terrible. Yeah, I know, Smudge. Just waiting on that one to fly on by, and then once it does, we will go hit up that platinum. Oh, come on. Open sesame. Or not. Jesus. There we go. Haha. Okay. I should be able to make it out fast, no problem. Turn those on, turn those off. And away we go. Awesome. You know, generally I'm not a chocolate person. Aside from Reese's. Reese's peanut butter cups are a completely different thing. But also Hershey's bars. There's just something about a regular Hershey's chocolate bar that tastes so damn good. You know, it's also interesting that when I was younger, I really absolutely loved candy. And then there came a point where my love of candy and sweet things kind of waned. I didn't need sugar as much. Well, I didn't need candy as much. And now as I'm getting older, my desire for sweet things has slowly started to increase again. But I think it's also because my diet in general has been getting better. We actually cook at home more, we make more robust meals, and just generally taking better care of myself overall, like drinking water all the time, or most of the time. Like I have one Dr. Pepper a day, usually with dinner. Sometimes I might have two, but usually just one. And it really does change how you feel throughout the day. And I know I wind up generally feeling a bit better than I used to. God, my glasses are dirty. I also need new glasses at some point, but you know. One thing at a time. Like last night, actually, funnily enough, after yesterday's stream, I had gone upstairs and in the kitchen was a pot of just water. You know, what we do is like we'll freeze meat, like their chicken or ground beef or whatever. In this case, it was a couple of chicken breasts. And so we just put out a pot of water, just regular water, not boiling or anything. Just fill the pot with water or fill a bowl with water and put the chicken in there to help it defrost throughout the day. And then on the opposite counter was the rice cooker and the wild rice as well as the white rice. And mom was basically telling me, this is what we're having for dinner. You can choose which rice that you want and then kind of figure out what you want to do with the chicken, what we're going to do with the chicken. And then after she feeds the cats in the afternoon, she'll take a nap. So about 4 o'clock or so, I was like, all right, I'm getting hungry, and I know it takes a little bit to get the rice cooked. So wound up cooking up the white rice, which she was fine with. Like she said, it was a choice. But I cooked up the white rice, and then cut up the chicken into little chunks. Cooked that up. Actually, breaded that a little bit of flour, some salt, pepper, smoked paprika, and I believe I added a little bit of onion and garlic powder as well for flavor. And then also a little bit of cornstarch. And then cooked that up in a pan with some olive oil until it was nice and cooked and brown and looked gorgeous. And then served that with the rice and some teriyaki sauce, and it was absolutely delicious. Sounded like there were people upstairs. But there shouldn't be. But other than that, and also added some pineapple chunks, which it sounds weird, but it's so good. And that's one of those things that, as I've gotten older, I've also started to get more involved in cooking. I'll sometimes go through a bout where I'm like, I just don't want to cook at all. And then other times I'm like cooking every single night because I've got new or interesting ideas that I want to try out, that sort of thing. It just kind of depends on the day. All right. Oh. Yeah, we definitely want to. There we go. Ooh, I should also pick up some cobalt while I'm out here. Perfect. I could probably do. Well, fighter. I don't really want to deal with a fighter, but we will if we have to. What I could probably do is a load of cobalt. Yeah, we'll do a load of cobalt and then a couple loads of. There we go. A couple loads of platinum. And that should be enough. Kind of tide us over so that we can finish up our thrusters. Aha! I remember to turn on the thrusters this time. It's also nice that this cobalt is surface cobalt. Now, if that fighter craft comes close enough to become a threat or a problem, I do have the turrets on the carrier that should be able to handle it. I hope. I hope that they should be able to. There's 4 of them, and as long as I target it first, I have a good chance of being able to take it out before it gets in range. Theoretically. But I don't want to get into that situation if I can help it. Oops. go. I'm sorry, what? Oh, I wonder if that's one of the pirate signals that it's going after. I hope so. I really do, because there's nothing over there. Yeah, that might be one of the pirate maydays. A Red Wrangler. I've never heard of that one before. All right, let's come around to the Platinum Hole over here. Weird. Okay, our Platinum Hole should be over here. And we can kind of come down here into this crater and use it as some natural cover. And honestly, this crater would also be pretty cool for a base. It would be fun to build in it and around the entire crater at some point. Huh. I think I have the first one. Let's see. No, I have endless. I have. Oh, I do have endless space. Never really played it though. But yeah, there are some bits of music and media that come together so well and so perfectly that it makes you wonder, like, how. All right. To endless space to intro. Huh. Looks like there's a lot of intros to choose from. There's the Badyani, the Cravers, and the United Empire. So there's no one definitive intro, it looks like. Let's see, this is what I'm going to do here. It's kind of like Halo's opening or Halo's theme. There's just something truly stunning and beautiful about that choral song. The voices singing and the orchestral sound of it. That just really kind of gets you ready for war. It's a good way to put that. That's also how I wind up feeling about the music for Eve, Eve Online. Eve Online has some really good music as well. Let's get this carved out here. I remember I used to actually I had a playlist of all of the Eve songs on my phone. And when I was living with my ex at the time, we had a couple of these little Bluetooth speakers that I would connect my phone to, and then put that on, and we'd both go to sleep to the music because it was so good. Hershey's good. Okay, good. That red Wrangler is going away. Oh yeah, I actually I used to go to sleep to what was it? White Zombies. White Zombie discography. Astro Creep 2000. That's the one. During one of the Christmases before we had moved out here, um, all three of us kids had gotten these dual CD boom boxes. Or no, it was a single CD boom box. And then later I got a dual CD one. But I would put that in the stereo there. Uh, White Zombies Astro Creep 2000, and I'd fall asleep to that. Okay, I might have to. Now, generally, if I'm going to sleep, I prefer to go to sleep these days to the sounds of like. There's a video that I have bookmarked that's the sound of blizzards, or a blizzard for like 10 hours. Another one that's like a rainstorm, things like that. Because I generally tend to sleep a little bit better that way. Or like I'll turn on a fan for just general background noise. Oh yeah, go ahead. Absolutely link that. Okay, we'll take a look at that here in just a second. Usually, if what you have to link pertains to the conversation that we're having or the general theme of what we're doing or talking about, I have no problem with people linking things. If it's just a random watch this because I'm trying to get your attention and those sorts of things, fuck off. But okay. Save that. Options. Audio. Music will drop down for a few. Let's move this over here. And okay, this is the, whoops, that to there. I want, um, I got to set these up better. There we go. Okay, now I've got that set. All right, this is for Endless Space 2. This is the Penumbra Prologue.
as long as we could remember, the cosmos was quiet, peaceful, until one shattering day we heard the death cry of a galaxy. It was then we understood our purpose, to heal and bring peace to whatever life had risen from the aftermath.
What is that? Command, this is Pioneer 9. I'm picking up something weird. Over.
Pioneer 9, this is Command. Nothing registering on our end. Can you confirm? Over.
Command, there's definitely something out there. It looks alive. It's getting closer. It's coming in!
Say again, Pioneer 9. Pioneer 9, say again. Radio check, Pioneer 9.
Uh-oh.
Status, Pioneer 9. Pioneer 9.
Command, this is Pioneer 9. Disregard last update. Over.
Pioneer 9, this is Command. Please confirm you are not in danger. Over.
Command, this is Pioneer 9. Everything is in order. Out.
Yeah, that is pretty good. All right. I might have to do Endless Space 1 since that's the one that I have. Huh. We will take you over and then very politely keep you alive. But yeah, I might have to do Endless Space 1. And because I don't think I've ever really played it. So that might be fun. All right, let's finish getting this platinum, and then that way we can get home and finish our station core. Oh, ENHS. There we go. Very gently work our way out here. Awesome. I might have to look into that. Yeah, I do have a very limited number of things for people to spend points on. So I'll definitely have to start looking into that. Have to come up with a song suggestion thing. The only problem with song suggestions is that it tends to sometimes cause the audio to mute for the VOD, which is a pain in the ass to deal with. I get why Twitch does it. It's just, it still sucks. Like, that's why I've actually switched from doing streamed music to instead just using in-game music, because I generally don't have any problems. And then, of course, when I upload it or when I export the VOD to YouTube, YouTube won't give me any copyright issues for using the in-game music. There we go. Let's empty this out. And also, I believe... Okay, good. I changed the... changed the points, the channel points to cruise gears. Okay. I mean, I can play it, but it's copyrighted material, and I don't want to get a copyright strike. That's part of the problem. I mean, I'll absolutely listen to it off stream because I have listened to Sabaton before, and I do like Sabaton. So, in fact, generally, musical taste, everything from classical to metal. I'll listen to hip hop and rap, but as long as it's good stuff. I don't like mumble rap, and I don't generally like rap that doesn't have some sort of lyrical play to it. So things like I like choppers like Tech Nine, Chris Calico. Who are some of the others that are out there? I'm not always great with names. And then of course you've got some of your OGs, Dre, Snoop. I like Nas. God, what are some of the others? Warren G, those sorts. Sometimes cats are like, "Yay, I'm getting attention." And then as far as like outside of that, I love metal and rock. Tool probably top 10 favorite bands. I know there's always that one Tool fan who's like, "Tool is the greatest band that has ever existed." They're not the greatest band, but they're definitely in my top 10. And then within the past few years, probably within the past 6 years or so, I got turned on to Meshuggah, and I actually really enjoy Meshuggah. But then, just in general, I've gotten to appreciate metal more and more as I've grown up. So, let's see. What are we doing with platinum? We have 26,000 platinum. 29.5, looks like. So let's go grab some more. I could. Let's make this side of the hole a little bit wider. I'm mostly doing this so that way, if I need to, I can get carrier inside of here comfortably. And at least have some sort of. Yep. Oh, God, yes. 80s. My mom usually listens to 80s music when she's doing like her quilting and sewing and stuff. And so we'll wind up listening to that a whole lot. And really, 80s music, some of the best. Like, the more I listen to it, the more I love it. Even though, like, I used to listen to it when it was on the radio, when it first came out, because I'm an 80s baby. But you listen to it more now, and especially 80s pop, which is, there's just something about 80s pop that made it so much better than a lot of the pop music that came out afterwards. And I don't know exactly what it is that made it so good. Yep. You don't really come across too many young people playing Space Engineers, that's for certain. It is a much older crowd generally. Or at least those who come to my stream. But in general, 80s music was just so good. And then 90s rock really did have a good edge to it. Like, I know a lot of people. Yeah, that's probably the good starting point for a lot of people who play Space Engineers. But as far as like the 90s, that's when we started getting, like, I'd say about 87 is when we started getting more of a traditional metal outside of where metal started with like Ozzy and them. But that's when you started getting some of the harder stuff. You know, you started seeing like Metallica, for instance. And then the 90s, you started getting the new metal, which really, a lot of people like to shit on new metal, but new metal led the way for a lot of really good acts that came out afterwards. And it gave us a lot of really cool and interesting perspectives on how metal could be better. In fact, honestly, I don't think if new metal hadn't existed, we wouldn't have gotten, or let me rephrase this. If new metal had not existed, I don't believe we would have gotten the amazing soundtrack that Doom and Doom Eternal gave us. Or I should say Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal. Just because of the fact that there are a lot of influences in those soundtracks that new metal gave way to. And if anybody says that the soundtrack for Doom Eternal sucks, then they don't deserve to listen to music anymore. Because there are very few soundtracks that so absolutely define their game or their movie or what have you. And Doom Eternal, like if you strip, yeah, there you go, automatic ban. If you strip away Mick Gordon's work from Doom Eternal, then you lose 50% of that game immediately. That's why it was such a huge disappointment to hear that id was like, we're getting rid of Mick Gordon because we don't like the way he works. And they just did him so dirty. Alrighty, let's just... Whoop, 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 whoop. What are you? You're a Cyclops, and you are very close. Let's get this. I don't like how close that is. Yeah, I really don't like how close that is. Can I fit in here? Is the question. Ooh, we are tight, but it is doable. Oh, absolutely. And it's fantastic. Like I have listened to a lot of soundtracks over the years and, you know, a lot of in-game music. And there's just something about Doom Eternal's soundtrack that just gets into your veins. And it's like, this is the embodiment of what a soundtrack should do for the gameplay. Interesting. That almost sounds like something that you'd see on Major Hardware's Fan Showdown. But I know that there's been a lot of work in trying to change the way that PC cooling takes place. There is a type of fan that instead of spinning off of a rotor, it actually uses a small, piezoelectric current, where the constant on-off of the electrical current causes the material to basically flap. That's true. So there are lots of different ways, and it's really cool to see what people are doing, not only with just general engineering, but 3D printers and general engineering. I think 3D printing has really revolutionized the way that we look at designing and constructing things in general, which is awesome. Okay. I think we're going to be safe. Also, good to know that I can fit the ship in there. So that was useful. Let's see about heading home. And away we go. Hopefully this should be enough cobalt and enough platinum that we can get the rest of the station core finished with what we need to do. Oops. And which one was it? Oh, whoops. Last thing I want to do is throw myself into the back of the ship. Oh, okay. I got to look this up for you. Doom Slayer and W40K. Let me see. I know he's got this as full on. All right, here we go.
The ground trembled.
This is actually, this guy does a series where he takes various protagonists from certain video game genres and narrates a story in parts based off of this protagonist in Warhammer 40K. And he did one for Doomslayer. Check that out. That's the full 1 hour one. It's really good. And I imagine it comes down to basically the same thing that DeepSeek came across. And funny thing about Doomslayer is they wouldn't actually be able to overwhelm him. And the reason why, and this is the funny thing, is if you are going with the lore version of the Doomslayer, the larger the demonic or hell-based corruption that is around him, the stronger he gets. He's kind of like the Hulk in that respect. And so in most cases, no matter how many extra enemies that they throw at him, he would actually just get more pissed off and get more powerful as they keep throwing more people at him. The only reason why he is capable of dying in the games is because they have to make it a video game. But if you're looking at just the story version of the Doomslayer, he would just continue to rip and tear forever, and it wouldn't bother him at all. Which is what makes him such a badass protagonist. And I think why so many people resonate with that sort of power fantasy is because of the fact that he is. It's like John Wick in that respect. We continue to watch John Wick movies because we enjoy the catharsis of that level of power fantasy. Yes, he gets hurt. Yes, he may take damage. But at the end of the day, he's such an awesome badass that it doesn't really matter. Ooh, we're almost home. And so I think that's why it's also why we love the Master Chief, because he represents that unflinching desire and necessity to do what is right. To, protect those that need protecting, to fight the good fight. Are you talking about Wukong from the actual Journey to the West? The actual, story? Because that's a possibility. But then again, that's one of those that, that would be an interesting fight. That's for certain. That would be one for the ages. Alrighty. Now let's see how we get in here and not blow ourselves up. Because I know there is a ship out here. There it is. There's also a station core. There we are. Perfect. And then we'll just use our small thrusters. Oh yeah, that's possible. But then again, you also have to consider, would the Doomslayer really fight them? And I doubt he would. The reason being is that they are not demonic in nature, nor do they really represent evil, which is primarily what he is most interested in destroying. If you are a threat to humanity, then he is your worst enemy. Otherwise, you're just there. You just exist. All right, there we go. Refueling. Yay! And you are fine. And let's get Nugget disconnected. Moved over. All this work for just a station core, and of course, most of today has just been flying out to location, mining for a little bit, and then flying back. All right. Oh. Huh. just had an idea, and okay. Let me get round. Ooh, almost. Almost what I'm looking for. But I do like the columns there, as that does look more interesting. So I think I will stick with those once we finish that. Almost there. Just waiting on just waiting on the rest. I don't need all of actually before I start making that determination. Okay, I do still need all the rest. Okay. Because I only have 2 of the 3 thrusters done. Plus, I am going to do some smaller thrusters for both the up and down, the y-axis movement. Come on, give me the rest. It'll be fun, though, once we actually get ready to move this out of the... move it out of the way. Because I'll have to move Comet's Run first. Almost there. Yeah, really, it's just waiting for the refineries to go through all the stuff. Which, fortunately, they do it at a pretty quick pace, so... How are we doing on iron? Still have 75 or 73,000 plus, actually, almost 100,000. Gold, we're still good on for now. Silver, we're okay. Silicon, nickel, magnesium. Okay. So in general, we're still pretty good on the stuff that we need. It's just waiting on the refinement process. Again. Okay. Awesome. One of the things that I'm looking forward to with this upgrade is potentially giving Star Citizen a look, because I know that they're working on a patch 4.0.2 that's supposed to be one of their first new direction patches. It's one of the first updates where they are looking at actually bug fixing for a change, rather than just kind of putting tape over the holes and hoping that it holds. They have mentioned previously and recently that they are realizing that the biggest issue that they are currently dealing with, that everybody has continued to tell them about, is they need to start fixing bugs. And they even mentioned this in one of their most recent Inside Star Citizen videos, is that the reason why a lot of the stuff is currently broken is because it's old code that is not compatible with the new code that they're running for server meshing. And everybody's like, yeah, we kind of figured that part. Why didn't you make it work when you were working on it? Where was all of that extra work going to that spent, all these years? And it's like, you spent all of that time making sure that your flight model was changed. Nobody likes it. And you spent all that time and effort and money getting all of these new ships out there that are half-assed. Nobody really likes them. Well, I mean, people do, but comparatively. So you spend all that time, all that effort, and all that money to get to basically nowhere. And now you're going, oops, we see the problem. Trust us, we're going to fix it. No. That's why I absolutely have way more effort, or way more, I should say, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, shoot. All of a sudden, English just decides to leave my brain. And it's the only language I know. I have way more appreciation for companies like Keen Software House, when it comes to like Space Engineers 2 to get the job done. Even though they misstepped a little bit with Medieval Engineers, and that's fair. Like that at the time was a project that they really just, I think, weren't feeling. And so they couldn't give it the care and consideration that it required to be the best. And especially considering what they were doing, they were using the V-Rage 1 engine, which is what Space Engineers runs on. Or is it V-Rage 2? But either way, the engine, they were pushing the engine in ways that it was not designed to handle. And you could see it while you were playing. Like there were definitely issues, especially with the physics. Now, it would be cool if they could revisit Medieval Engineers in the future after getting Space Engineers 2 up and going and fully released. And perhaps give that another look as well, because I know that there is a community of people that really do love that game. And it does represent a lot of really interesting design ideas that I think would be cool to see in these sorts of games. It just unfortunately never reached the full vision of what people were hopefully looking for. There we go. Thruster number 3 is complete. Let's get this last one done. Let's also not kill ourselves. So, I know I am actually really excited to see what Space Engineers 2 becomes. Especially once we get survival mode in. God, that's going to be so good. Love of God, just finish with the thruster components. Like the other day when we were messing around with it and was constructing the pizza ship, it was really awesome to see, first of all, how well it was responding for what we were doing. Because it was basically a round ship that was 200 meters across by 200 meters across. And just a solid sheet of blocks. Then a whole bunch of gyros, a whole bunch of thrusters, and a command seat. And it handled not only surprisingly well, but the frame rate wasn't dropping to ridiculously low rates. especially once you start getting up to a certain point with the number of blocks on screen. And even on my aging video card, I'm running an old GTX 1070. But even then, it was handling incredibly well. And the only time that we had any sort of issues is when we finally crashed the pizza into the other ship, the red ship. And that's just because it was handling all of the physics, the block deformation, I think even the asteroid took a little bit of damage. Because again, giant pizza ship. So with that aside, the engine is already showing a lot of potential and promise. And so once they start getting the rest of the game in place, we get the rest of survival in, we get planets and all of that. Yeah, absolutely. Like that, I am really, really excited and really, really hopeful for the future of Space Engineers. Let's see. Right now, what was that? Space Engineers. Roadmap. Thank you. So right now, the roadmap is showing that the next vertical slice is vertical slice 1.1, and that is with the workshop support connected to the Steam Workshop, which thank God they changed their minds on mod.io. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I need to play some more X4. Like, I was trying to play it the other day, and I was just like, no, it's not quite in the mood for it right now. My head just wasn't in the correct space for some X4. But definitely something that I want to, like, I probably should take. You know what? I should probably take a week and just stream X4 for that week and see how that goes. Yeah, exactly. Because I know I got that way with X3 for a while. Like, I was in that headspace for the game. And so absolutely played the hell out of it for probably about 2 or 3 weeks. And really loved it. Because, like, it's one of those games that it's not super difficult to get into. It's not incredibly obnoxious to learn. But there's always that sort of point, that lever point between, okay, it's kind of interesting, and I am now sucked in completely into this game. And sometimes it takes a while to find that point. Yeah, exactly. So that's why I'm not like right into it right now, because I don't want to ruin the game for myself, because it's really easy to ruin a game for yourself that you really want to play because you're not playing it in the correct headspace, the correct mindset. So it's better to just put it to the side, remind yourself that it's still there, and then come back to it later when you're ready for it. And come on, build faster. Yes, Eve is one of those that you can also just burn out on because you have to spend so much time in it. Like, that's one of those things. WoW is another one that I'm doing that with, where I'm making sure that I don't completely burn myself out on it by going back and doing old content, then coming back and doing the newer stuff, and just going back and forth, playing different characters, not being sucked into, I have to do everything in this order on this one character until I reach the end of it. Diversify that playtime. That's why I don't spend all day long playing Space Engineers, just because it's very easy for me to burn out on that. And this is the game that I stream the most. So it's one of those, I want to make sure that I continue to find enjoyment in the game that I love. So, and that's the best way to do it, especially these days. Yeah, I could definitely see if they, because I know that there's talk about a new class coming up with the next expansion. But a proper necromancer would be pretty cool. And especially if one of their specs was a healing spec. Like, that would actually be really cool. So that, like, their healing could be set up in such a way that as, like, what they do is they put buffs on the party or on a party member so that as they start getting damaged, it starts healing them. So the more damage they take, the more they heal. And then you have to play off of that with also, when enemies die, you then use that to heal more and that sort of thing. Yeah, just, something that is different than the current. Because Evoker is actually a lot of fun. Once you start getting into the understanding of how Evokers actually work, they become a really fun class to play. I actually have really enjoyed mine. And I know with the upcoming patch, 11.1, I think it is, there is some class reworks that are going to be happening. So that should be interesting as well. Okay. How many thruster components do we have built now? Not enough, but we're getting more done. Yeah. I think the closest you get with that in WoW right now is the Hunter. And I think Warlocks have a build that's like that too. Because I've seen a couple of times where a Hunter or the Warlock just pulls out a whole bunch of minions or pets all at once. So I think it's like Beast Mastery, or I'm not sure what the build would be for a Warlock because I haven't played one in a while. Although, could you imagine stacking a raid with like 10 minion masters? And each minion master has like a cap of like 8 pets that they can pull out at all times. And so now you've got like 60 to 80 pets that are constantly attacking the boss. That would be ridiculous. That's probably why they don't do it. And it's an understandable thing too, because you have to balance performance, technological performance, with gameplay performance as well. So, but that would be pretty cool. Like, I would love to see an MMO actually do that sort of gameplay. All right, this is taking forever to do. Yeah, because it's the platinum that I'm waiting for it to refine. And unfortunately, I can't just make it refine faster. I mean, I suppose technically I could, but so what we're going to do is drop that out of our list, and let's grab some steel plates. Actually, maybe not that many. And I want to go ahead let's finish these up because I like this idea here. I like the idea of these conduits kind of being here. Oh, wow. That is actually pretty cool. Yeah, I haven't played Anarchy in a really long time. And when I did play it, I never really got that deep into it, unfortunately. Oh, hey. Thank you for the follow there, 3Brock. Or is it just E-Brock? Either way. But thank you for the follow. Honestly, I don't even remember how deep, like how far into Anarchy Online that I had gotten. Because I know I had played it for a while. I don't even remember which, because that was a lot of years ago. That was also a lot of drugs ago. So that was one of those I don't quite remember. And and it's funny to me too, how all of the other MMOs that have come out have always been able to have these ridiculous max levels throughout the lifespan of their playtime. But WoW had to go through and level squish so that they could continue to feel like they were doing something productive. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Which is a smart way to do it as well. It gives a level of endgame progression that requires dedication. Go. And it's funny too these days how many people complain. Like if you put in endgame like that, they complain because it's too hard, it's too much grinding, it takes too long. And it's like, yeah, but you want an endgame. Well, yeah, but I don't want that endgame. Well, then what do you want? You want endgame that lasts for a while. You don't want it to be too easy, but when we make it not too easy, you bitch about it. Well, I'll know it when I see it. So you guys just keep working on stuff. All right, whatever. 2, 3, 4. Let's get this done. And then yes, that's true. Like it used to be like, and that was okay. So that was one thing that I did love about EVE Online as a game is that 9 times out of 10, well, first of all, skill progression was not based off of how much you were playing, but how long you were playing. And that what you did as activities was more about just being able to purchase things to then play the game. And I really appreciated that about EVE. Okay, so what I need to do here is come up with oops. I could do something like that, and then maybe something like this. And then I'll change this slightly when I get to that point, but I kind of want to get just a first approximation of how this is going to look. I don't know if I'll be able to do that. No, I probably won't. I'd have to make it a little bit thicker to do that. What if I do... What if I do this? And, oops. Kind of get a feeling here for... That's going to wind up covering up the block here, but that's okay, because what I can do is actually take this part out and then just leave this here. Yeah, I kind of like that. Kind of like that way that looks. And then we do this here, and we do that there. This is going to be a pain in the ass to replicate like 7 more times, but and that'll start giving it a little bit more character and a little bit more interesting thing to look at kind of aspect, which is what I want. And then I do that there, there. And we'll do the same thing over here. And there. Okay, yeah, let's get this welded up. That's true. Usually, though, if that happens, you have to question who your customers are. Oh no. And that happens, Alfarius. Like, lots of people wind up lurking here for a while. I don't mind it. As evidenced by the fact that I can literally talk for everybody for hours. I am a black belt in yapping. All right, let's get this done up. See how this is going to look. And yeah, this should work actually. Might not completely fill in this part actually. Just leave that empty. Because really, this is just here for aesthetic purposes. There's no functionality to this whatsoever. Whoops. Let's get that. I guess functionally they will just act as additional things that can get blown off of the station. But beyond that, there's no reason why they need to exist. They're here just for decoration, ornamentation, that sort of thing. What if do this as well? Actually, I kind of like that. And then maybe I could, let's do, well, let's see how that looks. Not quite. Silver? Nah. That kind of works. I just wish it wasn't the same thing. What about retro future? Oh, there we go. Oh, yes. That's what I was looking for. Something like that. Because now they kind of look like radiators, like you would find on the ISS. Or on any station, if you will. And then I can just do that. Oh, oh yes. That works. So, what if... I'm really just kind of playing around right now with shapes and whatnot. What if we do interior plate? Go and see about putting these right there. And I'm actually kind of sold on that idea. It might not be a bad idea to put oxygen farms. What's your size? You are... I wonder if instead of these here, let's put... so this is actually part of a much longer playthrough that I've been doing now for a couple months called Alone. And the initial playthrough started on that planet there, Pertum, and has eventually led us to this outpost in this asteroid that we've been building. What we're working on today is actually technically day 3 of working on what is essentially a station core. This is going to act as the central hub for a station we are going to build. And, well, move it out into deep space somewhere. And I've got it set up so that way I can attach additional arms to it at some point to extend its size and capabilities. This right here is mostly just greebling until I get enough of the thruster components completed to finish up the last of the large thrusters that we're waiting to weld up. As far as restrictions, I don't really have any. We do have modular encounters installed, but it's mostly just me messing around, just making stuff up as I go. Now let's try out. I don't know if I can get enough sunlight through there. Oh, okay, yeah, that won't work because I don't have anything connected there. However, I could. And it might actually wind up looking pretty cool. So let's do this. Let's get you in place. Put you there and you there. And I think those will actually wind up looking really cool in those spots. As far as additional goals, one of the things that I'm always trying to do while I'm playing is push myself to build better and better, to push my architectural capabilities. Hence why I'm trying to use oxygen generators as greebling, but also to make them functional. Because I think that'll actually be pretty cool. Because one of the things that I want to do with this station is put it out between two planets so that no matter where it is, it will always get direct sunlight. It does have a reactor on there. I think I have a second one that I just haven't welded up. But it does have a reactor on there, but I do want to put a couple of arms on it that have solar panels on there. So that way it better utilizes solar energy for recharging rather than relying solely on the uranium. Oh, that's good stuff. Okay. Also, let's finish welding up our oxygen generators and then see if our thruster is done. There goes one. And we do get some. Hey, we actually get quite a bit of oxygen off of that. Awesome. Okay, cool. Good to know. That was one of those things that I was going to be worried about, or a little worried about. That actually does sound pretty cool. It is amazing the fun projects that we can put together with simple parts. All right, good news is I can get all of this stuff working. Of course, I'm going to have to replicate this multiple times, but beyond that, it works quite well. Production, I need... give me a bunch of those. And almost there we go. Excellent. So now I've got those four there. we'll easily be able to. I almost want to turn these.
Inventory full.
Damn it. Let's do that though. Let's drop that off.
Inventory full.
Damn it. But I want to turn them like this. I could do that, but that would be a little extra for what I want to do, at least with the station core. However, if I do it like this, oh, did I just? I did, didn't I? I just realized something. I screwed up. And now I get to fix it. Oh yeah, I need steel plate. Okay. Let's fix this. And reconnect the two pieces that I accidentally disconnected from each other. I was like, why is that? It was red. There we go. Now they're green again. Awesome. Okay. So that means that I will probably also want to. What happens if I do? Yeah, let's just do this. Well, let's see how this looks first before I commit. Then I could put whoops. Okay. I like that. I like the way that that winds up looking. Because it does kind of wind up looking like it should be radiating heat or collecting the heat. So yeah, that actually works out really, really well. So we're going to definitely keep those. So that means put you. Thank you. Sometimes I, as my dad used to say, sometimes I fuck up right. There we go. Yeah. Now I just get to do this again. Although, oh no, I just realized I can't put these down here. Because then I block them off. Okay, so. Damn. It was almost going to work. If it wasn't for those darn kids. But I can go ahead and let's replace you. With this. There we go. That'll make it a little bit more structurally sound. And There we go. Now I should be able to do That's fair. That is definitely fair. There are just certain things that sound better in certain languages. That there. Then I can run that up. There we go. Yeah, that's one of those things that people talk about when they are translating is oftentimes certain types of things that a language has, specifically idioms, or what's another one? Another type of language thing. But just there are certain things in languages that do not directly translate because they are specific to that language and also that culture. And so you can translate directly, like these are the words from one language to another, but the meaning behind it, the idea behind it gets lost. And that's one of those interesting things about cultures and about language, that over time, and especially as a particular language is used in a certain area, that it you're not wrong. However, at the same time, there are aspects of English that do have benefits over certain other languages. Every language has their good points and their bad points. There's no such thing as a perfect language, except for math. Math is a perfect language. But other than that, as far as for communication purposes, languages, languages have good and bad. Now, general English is indeed bland. However, there are some people who manage to actually make English into a beautiful language. And I've heard some of them, and they are truly amazing. You weren't. Oh, I know why. Fair enough. Fair enough there, buddy. All right, let's see about finishing off this thruster, because it looks like all of our thruster components got finished. Yeah. Almost done there. Then almost. Excellent. And there we go. We now have 4 thrusters, 1 in each direction. That should be able to move. Now, granted, I don't need this station to move fast. I just need it to be able to move. That's the important part. But I'm going to take a quick AFK because while Hershey's are good, I need something a little bit more substantive. 100 meters a second. It doesn't even have to do that. It just has to move out of the way so that I can jump drive it to a location eventually. But I'm going to take a quick AFK for some food, and then I shall be back so that we can work some more on the station core and get kind of the rest of the detail work out of the way. And yeah, so I'll be back in just a few. Alrighty, there we go. Oh, that's good stuff. Nothing like a quick sandwich to make you feel better. All right. Where are we at here? And fade. I wanted to check out. Check out something. I don't remember. Okay. And let's see about. You know what I could do for this side here? Let's do this and this. And then here up to the top. Like that. And I actually think that'll bookend it really well. That'll. Oh no, that'll keep sort of a consistent design idea, or as they call it, design language, if you will, for these. Yeah. Hey, how you doing, Swiftall? And we are just kind of adding detail work to what is going to be a station core. Well, technically already is a station core, but just adding some finishing touches to it. What I need is conveyor pipes and interior blocks. All right, that way I can. I want to. Yes, asteroid base. Well, I've got my sort of warship, heavy fighter, if you will, here, kind of blocking the entrance. But then I've got the outpost here, which is a much smaller base. It's really designed to just function as a stepping off point from the planet to farther out. This station core here is going to be semi-mobile until I get it out to its location. And then I'll be able to, remove the thrusters, or I may just keep them. But I'm setting it up so that way I can attach arms to it when I get it out to the location that I want it to be anchored at. And then this will act as sort of a halfway point, hopefully between two planets. So it's going to be sitting out kind of in the void of space. But I want to get that there. Do a pipe like that. And then I'll kind of have to figure out what if I do this down that way. Wow, it's kind of in the way. Damn it. However, I could do a pipe down this way. So what I want to do is bend here, here. Probably want to put a junction in, like an actual proper junction in there. I mean, I'm going to kind of have to. There's no way around it. Cap that off. And then bend. Oops. Bend. Try. Nope, wrong way. There we go. And then bend and bend. And then what I'll be able to do is replicate that underneath. Wonder. I wonder. I do not. Okay. Grab some interior plates. Steel plates. Girder. In fact, make some more girders. Whoops. I know I hit that. There we go. Windows. Windows to the walls. And 1 by 1 face, 1 by 1 flat. Because I wonder... I wonder if I can do... No, I'm not going to be able to. Okay. It was worth a shot. No. This is the inset connector from... What did that come from? One of the latest DLCs. I think it's actually from Contact. Let's see. Space Engineers, inset connector. No, I want the inset connector. When did it come out? Doesn't look like it's going to show me. Contact. Okay, yeah. So, but that is just a regular block. I'm actually running very few mods on this particular playthrough. It's mostly vanilla. Not 100%, but mostly vanilla. Most of the stuff that I'm running is just quality of life sort of stuff. And like that. And like that. And that should be correct. We'll find out when I get this in place. And then lock here. Finished off with columns. There we go. God, this is going to be a pain in the ass to replicate on the other sides. I may do that over the weekend, and we'll just finish this one up. But, there we go. Excuse me, good Lord. I hate it when I get the hiccups. All right. Yeah, it's surprising. There are so many cool and interesting blocks that are already in Space Engineers that we wind up not using for whatever reason. And that's one thing with this playthrough that I'm trying to do is better utilize more of the blocks that are already in the game to achieve my builds. Try and make them more interesting that way. Remember, it's this, this. Because I'm really, really good at just using armor blocks, but I want to get better at using the other blocks as well. You know, like using these columns or utilizing the oxygen generators to just create more interesting shapes and designs, but also utilize them as functional blocks as well. I was just thinking what I could do is make a blueprint of the way that the station is, the station core. Then put the projector in the middle, put the blueprint there, and get it oriented correctly, and then just rotate it around as I need to in order to get the same setup for all four sides. And then at that point, it's just having the parts to weld up and get it all squared away. That's probably going to be my best option. Yeah. Okay. Why are you not on? Let's turn this off and back on. There we go. What I would probably have to do is disconnect it and then reconnect it. Wait a minute. Ooh. There we go. There. Make sure I get the right block in there. And okay, good. Down there is attached correctly. Obviously, we're not going to get any oxygen out of there right now because no direct sunlight, but then what I want to do is place this with that. Place these here. And that there. That should fit better. Then I can take out this middle block so that I can run the tubes through. And actually for these, instead of running the pipes, what I'll do is I'll run armored conveyor. There we go. As that will make it more structurally sound and give it some armored characteristics. There we go. Excellent. Now, let me finish up this top portion here. Kind of get all of those welded up. And we'll take a look at how that's going to look, because that's also kind of a variable in all of this. I think that's everything I need. Motors and small steel tubes. Yep. It's always those. Always. Well, I mean, it's always all of them. At some point in time, you're always like, oh, I'm out of this or I'm out of that again. Whoops. That wasn't what I meant to do, but I guess that'll work. And then I still have to figure out a way to get this connected into the base. I may go ahead and instead of having this capped off, run this up into here maybe? Nope. And there. Although I don't have like an elbow joint, like a 3-directional elbow, which would be awesome. I know there's a mod for that, but I don't want to use a mod. Again, I'm trying to keep this as vanilla as possible. DLC notwithstanding. I want to keep this to a point where I could blueprint it and put it up on the workshop. So there's that. You actually get that. And then that there. There. So we'll take that out. You, and then there. And this should allow me to connect the whole thing up eventually to the base. Because then I still have to get it from here. Nope, that's going to make me upset. I still have to get it from here connected up to the rest of the system. But that is not a difficult problem. And I kind of like the way that the piping actually winds up looking. Again, it gives it additional depth. Makes it look interesting. Gives you something else to look at while you are perusing the station. No. This and that. You get turned on your side. Awesome. Okay. There we go. And I just have to finish up the bottom portion here. Which, whoops. Go. And And let's get these welded up. And we will be done with, for the most part, we will be done with that corner. There might be a few other tweaks that I wind up doing, like adding some lights to it, which obviously adding lights is not going to be a bad idea. In fact, I think once we get this welded up, we'll go ahead and do that. Just to make sure that we have everything we need. And it's easier to see because despite this being bright white, sometimes you can't see things in space very well. The other nice thing about this, now that I'm thinking about it, is that it does give me a couple of locations where if I really, really needed to, I can attach turrets. As I could convert, well, maybe. Ooh, yeah, that might get in the way. Well, if I put one there, yeah, that corner would be in the way, so wouldn't quite work the way that I anticipate. But that's okay. That's also part of the fun of it, is figuring out the logistics of the build. Oh yeah, that's good stuff. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Thank you for that. I will have to. There we go. Because I really do like that background image. It's really, really cool. And like I said, the other one that I use is the Caldari skybox. Let's see if I can find that. Yep, that's true. There we go. Space Engineers Workshop. Caldari skybox. Nice. So the one that I typically use is actually the DirectX 9 one. Let's see, is that okay? Good, copied. So this is the one that I like to use from time to time. It's the Caldari one. And that's the DirectX 9 version. There's also a DirectX 11 version as well, if you prefer that. I think the DX11 version doesn't quite look as good in terms of the lighting that it produces. Strangely enough, you would think that they would basically be identical. But I think the DX9 version just happens to look a little bit better overall. Let's actually, you know what? Let's do these like that as well. Yeah. That works. Okay, let's see if we can finish up these last two oxygen farms. Just about. Almost done. Then we will get the rest of the pipes in place. You guys done. And give me some more small steel tubes. Production. Actually, no, I don't necessarily need 1,000. That'll be good enough. There we go. Doot, doot, doot. Excellent. Those are all now connected. And we have our top 4 oxygen farms connected up. Now, even if they're producing oxygen, it's not going anywhere yet. That'll be the next step. But I think that'll be a point where I build the top dome. And then we'll start looking at how I wind up piping all of it up. But I'm not there yet. We're getting there. You weld it up. Because I'm still not entirely certain how I want to cap this off. Because of the fact that I need to consider how I'm going to get... When I attach the arms are going to have some walkable surfaces. So I need to figure out where I'm going to put doors and how the entire structure is all going to fit together. Because I'm thinking about relocating the cargo or the connectors and the merge blocks up higher to make it easier for the two to actually connect everything together. So that I could, let's say, have a merge block or the connector here on this block, the merge block here, or even put them down a little bit lower, and then build kind of around it so that I have the arms sticking out, having it stick out this direction, and then I can make them however long that I need to for what I want to do. Because that would still allow me to build around these things without it being a massive issue. But with that being said, let's finish getting the pipes in down here. Which I need that. Let's make sure I do this right. Bend. 3. Bend. Okay. And then this needs to be a junction. And like that. Like that. Awesome. That'll wind up looking pretty nifty. Let's get what we need for it. How about that? All the components already made for a change. I don't have to sit there and wait for anything. 4, 5. There we go. And excellent. And then I think for these, I am going to change the color to that silver color that we're utilizing so that these pipes kind of stand out a little bit more. Wind up just looking a little bit more interesting. Tell you what, paint gun mod, I am so glad that they added it to Space Engineers 2, because I use the hell out of it all the time. There we go. Look at that. She is looking pretty. Yep. So let's grab some construction components. And what if I do... Yes. Whoops. Okay, why is the back of that... Oh, I know why. Because I didn't finish this off. There we go. And then... Oh, I forgot. Nope. Yes. That one. There we go. Get that welded up. Go ahead and get the other inset lights on there. That should be pretty good. Oh, whoops. Didn't finish you. Now I have. You know what? I'm actually going to leave those internal pieces the correct color. Or the same color as the rest of the station. And then let's swap out these guys here. Need interior plate again. Sure all of that's connected correctly. Last thing I want to do is have to merge block things in awkward ways. And there we go. That is looking pretty awesome. Let's go recharge real quick so that way I don't suffocate or freeze to death. Lord knows. Yes, it is. Honestly, I've always loved the Caldari skybox anyway, even in EVE Online. That was one of my favorite places. Anytime that they had giant nebula that surrounded the entire area that you were in, I always loved that. But the Caldari one is definitely one of my favorites. And especially when you're on planets, because of the fact that it really does light things up. In fact, the best place to see how beautiful it gets is on Europa, since Europa is basically just all ice. And you get some really, really good reflections off of it. Oh, gotcha. Now, fair enough. That is a problem with the phone versus the PC version. All right, we should be good. But let's see how we're looking here. And yeah, I really like that. That is turning out pretty sexy. So what I'm going to do next, because can I? Nope, that's going to be in the way. Maybe. Make up your mind, Cruz, which is what's going to be. What if there. And I do one of these on each one, not there. Because that would allow me to have my vertical thrusters on the station. And I am out of large steel tubes. Okay. Let's make a bunch there. I also currently don't have any gyroscopes on this thing. So I will definitely have to fix that. I need 100 or thereabouts. There we go. Yeah, so 80 per thruster. It's 4, so that'll be 320 of them. Production. Do 400. See, I've harped on this before. The American education system, everybody knows that it sucks. And it's not even like America doesn't realize this. We absolutely know our education system sucks. One of the problems that I always had was that every lesson, specifically around math, was incredibly dry. There was no substance to it other than these are how numbers and math works. And then you would get those stupid ass word problems. Johnny has this many apples. Susie has this many oranges. How many bananas does Bob have? Who cares? But when I'm playing a game like Space Engineers, I wind up paying attention to the math behind I need this many blocks or I need this many components for these many blocks, which requires this amount of resources. And I wind up using a lot of algebra without actually realizing it, because I get to see what the functional from beginning to end winds up being. I get to see the results of the math being used in a way that benefits me. And I wish that we would do more education like that, because I imagine it would make it a lot more entertaining. But that's my rant for right now. I will rant more later, most likely. But there we go. That is the first section. Now I've got to do 3 more of those. But what I'm going to do instead of replicating this around the whole thing is I'm actually going to go ahead and we're going to give this, first of all, a couple of gyroscopes. Do I have space? Actually, I know I have space deeper down into sort of the belly of the beast. Gyroscope. Can I get to that? Again, awesome. Okay. We'll just kind of sneak in here, do that. There we go. I didn't realize the gap like that was going to be enough that I could sneak in here. So I'll get that one done, and then I'll get one done on the other side. Yeah, I'll have to come around the other side because I've got that scaffolding in the way. I don't know if I filled in that spot or not. Regardless, I'll have to double check that, but a couple of these should work fairly well, at least for the time being. There we are. And we'll just actually, let's go ahead and get some of this welded up. Oh, I set that to, oh no, I've got to replace those. Back, here we go. Let's dump this off. So instead of setting that to be like corridor light, and then corridor, it's corridor light, and I don't need that. What I want is corridor light in the middle, then corridor and interior plate. So that way the light is in the middle, acts as a form of illumination. There we go. That's better. That is so much better. Although, honestly, I don't know if I really want them there. There's not a huge reason for them. Other than simply to act as a corridor, which I don't really need. So yeah, you guys go away. This will just make life a little bit easier. Okay. Wow, that's a little disorienting. All right, so the next thing is we are going to add a projector. And I just have to make sure that we wind up with that on top, which awesome. And of course, got to recharge yet again. And having the projector is actually a good idea because of the fact that that will allow me to do more projection work in the future. And also just to repair stuff overall. Yeah, you kind of have to. Unfortunately, like you can try and play without DLC, but a lot of the DLC is actually kind of useful. And yeah, build info and specifically build vision. Build vision is like an absolute must if you're building anything complicated. There's just almost no way to play without it. Let's see, where do I have additional ice? I should still have some in the cavern. Not a whole lot, but we're we're getting to the point where I'm going to have to start moving to a different cavern for ice. Because this is just about scraped empty. Let's go ahead and get what we can out of this. Mostly because I just need to recharge my personal hydrogen tank. I think, though, what I might do is go ahead and turn off the hydrogen engine that's on the base and swap out to an actual reactor. Or go. Yeah, that ice is basically about dead. All right, let's drop this off. And then, yeah, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to turn off my hydrogen engine on the base because right now I don't need it. I am kind of living off of the reactors from the station core. But also, I need the hydrogen more for just day-to-day stuff. So let's get reconnected here. Also, and panel engine 2. And we'll just shut you off for now. There we go. Oh wow, Hollows, how you doing? It's been so long. Where have you been? How you doing? How's the family? Let me know if that was too much sarcasm. Oh. There we go. Fair enough. Okay. I am disappointed in myself. All right. That's good stuff. There was oh, absolutely there was sarcasm. What is that called? There it is, helm. That's what I want. That will basically be my sort of front direction. Come on. There we go. All right. So what I need to do is let's name connector 1. What? There was a drone and it was deviating. I don't like either of those things. Hey, Angel, how it goes? Oh, the pizza ship got absolutely demolished in the best possible way. It was great. I may jump back over to SE2 for just a few, show that off, because that was a lot of fun, and we definitely got to blow it up. It blew it up real good. Okay, yeah, that's the way I had it. Yes. So it was a build challenge that came about to design a pizza ship in Space Engineers 2. And then we decided on a particular size. And in this particular case, it was 200 meters. And so it was mostly just messing around with Space Engineers 2, just to see what sort of shenanigans we could get up to, that sort of thing. And we could get up to some shenanigans, that's for certain. Let's go ahead and go. But it's massive and ridiculous and amazing and just ginormous. I'm gonna have to do that for all of those, so we'll come back to this in a second, because what I need to do is actually no, yes. Let's and then that and that. And originally what we were going to do, or what I was going to do, is add toppings to it. But it took so long to get the ship actually constructed, even in creative mode. Because again, it's 200 meters across. That's how much ship we actually had. So it took a really long time to get it built, because it's got to be round as well. So the toppings kind of wound up not going on there, which was okay, because at the end of the day, it was still fun to fly it around, and it was a lot of fun to crash it into stuff. Yeah, PCU is definitely a pain in the ass to deal with. Specifically when you run out of it. Although in Space Engineers 1, you can definitely turn that off, which is nice. The PCU limits. Unless you're playing in like a server or something, in which case you're just absolutely bound to whatever that option is going to be. And let's get that and that. There we go. All right, so that should be the other three corners there prepped and ready for what we're about to do, which is disconnect that and disconnect that, so that I can rename station for now. I should be able to turn that back on. Switch the lock back on. You know, the first day that I was playing around with the build system, I didn't like it, because I'm so used to utilizing the old Space Engineers 1 controls. There are still aspects that I don't like having to hit R or Shift R to go through the blocks in a block group. So, like when you're going through, let's say, like your regular armor, and in SE2, you have to hit R or Shift R to go through the blocks instead of being able to scroll wheel. I wish they would go ahead and implement that because that would make life so much faster. That would actually speed things up to a supreme degree. That aside, I do find myself liking the way that we're getting used to the new control scheme. I hope they do. I really hope they do. Okay, so we've got our blueprint here. Yes, that really does help. Station row. Oh my God, Cruz, you do that every time. Okay, I need the station projector, blueprints, station for Alpha. Oh, Jesus. Where are we at? That is a strange location, but good. Well, the interface itself doesn't bother me too much. It definitely, I hope they do a better, like, regular user interface. It's just the actual button controls that need work. Where are you? There we go. Okay. Oh, I know what happened. I'm going to have to reset that. Production, control panel, station. Blueprints. Oh, yeah. Okay, I've got to do this. Switch. Yeah, that's fine. Then make sure keep projections turned on. Now I can go in. I keep forgetting to do that. There we go. So now I have the projection the way that I want it. Let's actually just attach myself to the helm here real quick to recharge. Oh, good stuff. There we go. Now I can take the... Let's see, is that yaw? No. Nope, that is incorrect as well. That's going to be pitch. Not quite how I was expecting that to go. I was hoping that it would do it around the center, but that's okay. We can make adjustments. There we go. And what I might do is actually do this. Let's pitch this 180. Fix that. And there we go. And in that way, when I get this all finished up, I can then blueprint it again and then just rotate it around so that I get the other two. The only difference being that when I go to do that, I will just change where these are located manually. Because otherwise, instead of lining up the way that I want them to, so that they're both coming in from each side, it'll wind up with one going one way and then the other rotated 90 degrees against it. And I don't want that. But that is something that I'm going to work on over the weekend. That is looking real nice, though. I'm really happy with how this is turning out. And then the only other thing that I really need to work on is finishing off underneath so that I can kind of cap that off, as well as coming up with what we're going to do for the top portion here. That's something that we'll handle on Monday when we come back after the weekend. However, we're not done yet, because we are going to go ahead and jump into some Space Engineers 2 for a few and kind of poke around with that so that we can talk about the pizza ship, as that seems to have gotten a couple of questions. So let's that, and I've been running this for a while. It definitely needed to be restarted. There we go. And we'll give that a second or two. Let's see. Clear that. Change you. Space Engineers 2. Which currently nobody's streaming on, which fair. All right, let's get that SE2 up and running, and we'll take a look at the pizza ship. So again, this was a build challenge it was a dumb idea. It was one of those, wouldn't it be funny if? And so I ran with it and had a poll that ran on what size ship we should come up with. And the chatter that had the initial idea as a joke, let's see, which one was this? Here we go. So the initial idea was he was hungry for pizza. He's always hungry for pizza. But he was joking about making a ship that was pizza shaped. Now, what he was thinking about was a slice of pizza. What I was thinking about was a full pizza. So, lets you know where our stomachs were at the time. So, we wound up, I did a poll on what size, and it was like, I think it was like 30, 50, 100, and 200 meter options. And it was, oh damn. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Yeah, exactly. No. Load. I think it's this one. So we went with the 200 meter. It was actually a tie between 100 and 200. So I did a coin flip and the 200 won. And that was a mistake. Oh, damn it. Probably doable. Okay, where am I? There goes blue, there goes red. Okay, yeah. Bits of debris, honestly. But I think we're going to have to do this differently. Save before quitting. No. New game. Creative. I'll just paste it in. Because it really is a lot of fun to do this. All right. This game really is like SE2, even right now, is just absolutely gorgeous. And right about, yeah, there looks good. Well, the pizza is kind of big. We'll get a little bit more space here. I know, right? I want. I wonder if. Oh, I think it's just taking a little bit because it's such a large grid. There we go. Okay, here we go. Let's turn this around. Give this a second to actually get pasted. Given the size of this, that's actually pretty impressive. Oh, yeah, no, it's still taking a second. There it goes. All right. So this is the pizza ship. This thing is genuinely massive. It is one single layer of 2.5 meter armor, light armor blocks, a whole bunch of thrusters. Right down the center, we have some medium-sized gyros and then large gyros all the way down to the back. There is a single seat up there, and then everything else is just empty space. However, we didn't quite get that far yesterday or day before when we were messing around with this. So we were going to do the toppings, but it took so long to do the rest of the pizza that we just never got around to it. That and the paint tool is a little bit lacking. Individual slices, no individual slice. You get the whole pizza. You have to eat the whole thing just like that. But you can, and it's surprisingly agile. I know, right? There you go. So what we're going to do is save as. It's a pre-crash. Save as. Oops. Pizza crash. And let's turn off dampeners. And let's get some speed going. Oh, wait. Nope, we can't do that. Because we've got to set up. Okay, we've got to set up our observer cam here because this is the best part. Let's kind of come out this way. Okay. Yeah, there we go. All right, now dampeners off. And this is the best part. This is so awesome. Oh, I love waiting for this. Like it's absolutely. There's no other way to do it. Oh, yes. Oh, that feels so good. Not nearly as much destruction this time. But it definitely did a number on the. Ooh, it really does. But of course, that was also one of the things that they took out on purpose because they did ask the community, do you want the physics to be like Space Engineers 1, where you have a lot of phantom forces and clang and whatnot? And a large portion of the community said no, fix those issues, give us more stability, which I think was the best idea. Overall, it is going to be the best option going forward because I think it's going to help increase the number of newer players that come into Space Engineers 2. So let's save before loading. No. What we're going to do is we're actually going to back up farther and we're going to get more speed. And I'm also going to kind of roll a little bit as well. And we're going to see if we can get a better crash out of this. See if we can get a little bit more carnage and damage and like really kind of rip apart that red ship. May even come down. There we go. that would be kind of cool, but that would also be a whole lot of extra work for Keen in order to actually make that work. So I think it's one of those that it's a sacrifice we're all just going to have to make. And there we go. Now let's see about getting slightly better perspective on this. Oh yeah, this will be great. Oh. All right. Let's get up to speed. We're up at 50 meters a second. 70, 80, 90, over 100 meters a second. Oh, God. Oh. That is just frightening to look at. Wow. That did a number on this. Okay, I can definitely do that. Load. What the hell? That is okay. Watching the ship sit there and spin like The Exorcist. I know, right? Well, okay. They've done a number of things to stop clang. It's not 100% perfect yet. That was pretty impressive, though. Okay. Let's back up a bit. Or actually, we'll go ahead and let that get started. Yeah, exactly. Death Pizza. New from Domino's. Let's try and get a better view of this, or at least a different view. There we go. Okay. Pizza carnage. Destruction Pizza Derby. And I might go ahead and add some extra thrusters to the back of the ship so that way we can get some more speed, or at least get up to speed faster. All right, that should be good. All right, then let's roll. There we go. Now we're going more, better, faster. And we're now at 100 meters a second. Hopefully we get up to 300 by the time I get there, or before I get there, so that I can swap cameras. $200. Oops. I don't think I'm going to have enough time to get up to 300, but... Oh, Jesus. Oh, God, yes. That is so beautiful. Oh, there goes the ship. Oh, that is fantastic. There you go. What the hell is going on with the red ship? Oh, that is just... I don't know why that is just so satisfying to watch. There's just something weird about that, though. Well, we figured out subgrids. Yeah, just watching that thing spin like that. I wonder what causes that to happen. Because I can't think of a reason why that happens. None of the thrusters are on override. But there it is, just spinning away. All right. I think, though, that's possible. There you go. There you go. But yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and we're going to wrap this up for today. That seems like a good spot to do so. That is just, and it's still spinning away. But yeah, so there we go. That has been it for today. We got a lot of work done on the station core. Probably Monday we should be able to get it finished and prepped and ready for its initial launch. I still need to add a couple of jump drives to it so that way we can get it out into its location easier. And then on top of that, make sure that we can just get it finished up, get it welded, and hopefully start the next leg of our playthrough, which is once we get it out into kind of a deep space area between two planets, we'll be able to go ahead and start. I'm just waiting for that to hit something, but get it out into a location where it can then expand it and collect resources and start the next part of that playthrough. Other than that, that is going to be it for today. Thank you all for joining me on these misadventures. So glad to have you guys along for the ride. You all have a wonderful day. Stay out of trouble. And remember, if you get caught, I don't know you. I will catch you guys next week.